Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, June the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. You guys can hear my voice and you can see the screen. I'm getting a couple of yeses. Great. All right. Well, William, good luck. Yeah, that was some pretty damning news about DKNG, guys. Hindenburg came out with their expose on them. Black marketing, etc., etc. So good luck to you. I'm sure the company's, I don't know if they'll do it today, some kind of a refutation of the article, but right now it's getting hammered. So good luck to you. Now, I actually took a short this morning. That's 2 days in a row. I actually did some pre-market work on Clearside. It was not easy. I actually had to do it a couple of times, CLSD. And so why did I do it? Because again, it's one of these situations where I've just been sort of zeroing in on these bios that release phase ones. I think it was phase 1/2A results. Always looks good. There's usually a nice big pop in the pre-market, and then there's some kind of a fade. Not all the time, of course. I actually tried this at 450 first, and it went down to about 440, and then it started moving up. I got out for pennies, and then I reshorted it at 448. It finally looked like it was going to break down through 450, and I've covered everything, probably an average of about 412. So I've covered everything right now. No idea, Alexion. I mean, well, in practice, I don't know. I saw it. I saw it was a special dividend. I see the price is up. That's all I know. Obviously, the market is reacting well to it, but other than that, I didn't dive into it at all. Now, here's another one that I was looking at shorting, but I did not. UXIN. UXIN is up because of a deal with NIO. Of course, the China EV. But I did not get the short on this one, unfortunately. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails for UXIN. Now, Wish was gapping up. This was a big one yesterday. Well, I don't know about a big one, but it was pretty choppy. But it is, yeah, it's up this morning. It's one of the WSB plays, I think. OCGN. This is one that I was actually looking to try to short, but there were no shorts available. There are now. I thought I want to do it right now, but there are now shorts available at Interactive Brokers. This is a virus play, OCGN. And then the aforementioned TRCH. Yeah, so this is up. And again, I declaring a special preferred dividend. I mean, I don't know any more about it other than the market's reacting well, obviously. Pitbull, man, oh man, 2 days in a row for Mr. Pitbull. JNCE is up on some news with Gilead and FDA. So FDA something and Gilead. So this is the reason why Johnson's up. PDSB is doing a financing. Didn't see the price. So this has put a lot of, wow, look at that, a big downward pressure on it. I don't see the price. It just says, all I see, I'm sure it's going to happen. Here it is. Now, you see, it's funny. I look at the news at 7:53, and then now they're announcing the price. And the price is $8.50 a share. Wow, that's way down. $8.50 a share. I mean, it's above the financing price, but it's down 26% right now. And again, to take a look at DraftKings, DKNG, that's lower down on my list. Hindenburg comes up with their slamming report on them. This is what we're talking about, targets black market operations. So I'm sure the company is going to come out again with a way in which they can counteract that. I don't know if it'll happen today though, but I'm sure it will happen. And Woof, yesterday, one of yesterday's big movers. Woof is down. This is a WSB play. Up, down, so down 7%. And yes, UFAB. Is it still up? Let's see. Yeah, so it is up, but look what it did after hours yesterday. So I mean, it is it's quite a bit below after hours highs. 595 down to 425. It had the big gap up after hours, and trying to see jumps up after forbearance agreement extension. The agreement provides the company with continued access to credit facilities, etc. Okay, so that was the news after hours for UFAB. You can see the reaction right there. There's that 15-minute chart. You know, I changed this up. I'm not sure I like it. Maybe put the daily over here. Good morning, John, Asiri, and Marcus in our YouTube room. And Wrapped is actually surprising me because, again, that maybe it's the more expensive ones. They don't get quite as affected, but this was only phase 1/2 news yesterday. Actually was able to get a short on it pre-market yesterday, but look at this. It is now up another 8%. It had a nice run after hours yesterday. And they have an offering. You're right. They also have an offering. That hasn't stemmed the flow, or it hasn't stopped this one from moving higher, though. They have an offering. Not sure I know what it is. When I say what it is, what the price is. I don't see it. What happened to DraftKings? Hindenburg, which is a big short seller, came up with a real slamming report on them. All right, guys, I want to take a look and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, not very many of each. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and there are very few downgrades this morning from briefing.com. And other websites I'm sure have more, but this is from briefing.com. There you have it. Okay, one moment, please. All right, let's see what else is happening here. So I do see that Mara and Riot are up. I just usually shy away from trying to trade those intraday. Of course, Bitcoin gaining a little bit of traction. Is it still over 40 or is it under 40? BYFC, I should have mentioned this one. I think it's on my watch list, but BYFC, of course, this is one of those Juneteenth stocks. Not really too dramatic right now. And the SPY, let's take a look at what the SPY is up to, see what sort of open we're going to have. Basically flat, nothing really happening. So Daniel, you're not in our YouTube room also, are you? Make sure of that, because if you... I don't think there's an echo. All right, well, unless a lot of people say there's an echo, it's got to be on your system, so don't know what to do. Maybe just do a refresh or something like that. That might cure it. What's Palantir doing? I noticed that they're going to be added to the Russell 3000. PLTR, see if there's any movement here. Not really. PLTR, they are going to be added. Pitbull is on fire with his scans for us. Thank you very much for sharing. All right, let's take a look at Taco. Yeah, I mean, Wendy's came out of nowhere. Yeah, it's up 6%. No volume yet, but nonetheless, yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a little bit of movement here. Up 6 or 7% now, but just no volume yet. Boy, be careful with that DraftKings, guys. I mean, I'm sure it's going to have a bounce somewhere, but the age-old question, where? So John's on the way down. So much for that news so far. Yeah, this was shortable also for me. I didn't really look at this to short. Okay, OCGN is kind of holding here. Just over 7 OCGN. Did have some news. It's a virus play. Just kind of holding, basing. Actually, it hasn't fallen that much from the pre-market highs of 740, 745 or so. So good base right here. Let's see what happens. I mean, it's been beaten up the last 2 days. Yeah, I did not mention this DSS. I mean, DSS has been just hammered today on the financing. Absolutely hammered. 43.5 million dollars. Let's just see what the price was. $1.50 a share. So yeah, I mean, it's just been hammered. All right, let's take a look at DKNG to see where there could be some support. But, you know, some of the support may fall out the window here because of that press release. But let's just see. So right here, 44.38, there's a low right there on that daily chart, or 44.18-ish. Let me see, 44.34 exactly right there. So that's the next low looking left. Can that hold it? Still watching to see when they come up with a press release to counteract what Hindenburg is saying. I did not short this, but I have jotted down. I could have had all I wanted at 47.54. 47.54. I did not short it though. Now, one of the things, now you see it's down 10%. So this uptick rule will start to take an effect if this holds when the market opens. Right now you can short it, no problem. I'm not saying to short it. I'm just saying for whatever reason the powers that be, feel that the uptick rule should only apply during so-called normal market hours and not in the pre-market. It makes zero sense to me. You either have a rule or you don't. What's the difference? And again, if you're not familiar with the uptick rule, if the stock is down 10% or more, typically when you want to short a stock, you just go in at the bid, assuming your broker has shorts to sell or that they have shorts. You just go in at the bid, you get a fill. But if the stock is down 10% or more, then you can go in at the bid, but there has to be some action back at the ask, and then it has to go back to the bid, and you could be in a big queue of others wanting to do the same thing. In the pre-market, no such uptick rule. So if somebody can explain that to me, why that makes sense, I'm just kidding. It's a rhetorical question, and even if you explained it to me, I wouldn't take, I wouldn't not believe it, but it would never make any sense to me. ALF, alien life form. Yeah, so I think what this is just a symbol name change probably. I doubt very much this is an IPO. I always like to throw in some cultural references, if I can. Now, why didn't I take that short? 47.54, what are we now? 44.94? Oh, I know, and I'm probably one of the few that can actually pronounce it. 99% are saying Tintin. And other people are going, well, what's wrong with that? Well, I may. It's French, okay. So I think it's supposed to be like Tintin, Tintin. I may butcher that even, but it ain't Tintin. That's for sure. All right, guys. So I saw Cliff was a little bit weak. Also, that well, actually, it is. Was it Cliff? It was a little. Actually, it's up. I'm sorry. I thought it was weak this morning. AVXL, guys, the big one from yesterday. It is weakening quite a bit here now, down 4%, 4.5%. Okay, am I going to be able to display that? Let's see if I can just. Let's see how well, if this can hold 20, this AVXL. Had a big day yesterday, of course. And as always, we kept looking left to see what it could do. This is one that I was talking about yesterday, maybe looking at it after hours. I didn't do it. I didn't take it. Because there was a high, there were the highs way up here. No update. No update. Be a marketing meeting today, but I mean, I know I keep saying this, but until the column issue gets resolved, there's no way we can release it. I mean, I'm working around it, but we don't want to unleash 10,000 people on our poor support people. This is another one that's up a little bit, guys. Well, it's up a lot, actually, 13%. Pretty good volume. This is ELOX, E-L-O-X. Let me just take a look here to see what could happen. I mean, if it gets through this 230 area, I mean, I suppose on the weekly, I like the 45-degree angle here on the weekly chart. So, I mean, it's got a shot maybe to the 4 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but let's see if they have any news. Trying to see if there's any specific news for the company. All right, we are going to open in less than 1 minute. So let's have once this market opens, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, in the first half hour, an hour, things can be pretty frantic. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm not in that CLSD short anymore. It looks like it could take out 4. Boy, this took a lot of patience, boy. Oh, I did see it. I did see it. I was just going on the basis that, it was phase 1/2A. More than anything else, I didn't need bottoming tails or topping tails. All right, guys, we are open now. Yeah, I gotta load my. Give me a moment here. All right, I've got my other scans up and loaded on my other monitor. Here's an example of a little bug. I've got my options right here. This should have been underneath it. It was when I left it last. This should be underneath. The momentum should be on top here. There's just little things that happen. Look at Wish, guys. Wish, 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 wish. There's UFAB. UFAB is just made a hive briefly. This has room. I mean, look at UFAB here. Now, it's more of a rescue PR that you saw today. They have money. I guess they arranged some money, not a financing so much, but so it's I wouldn't call this is not. I mean, yes, it's good news today for the company, but can it persist? A moment here. I am going to try to arrange this. Ugh. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm experimenting. I should not have done this while the market was open. Wish, 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 guys. WISH, wish. All right, there's your bounce for DraftKings, DKNG. WISH, WISH. Why did I do this? We do have a little earnings play, very, very few earnings plays. This is one, SIOX. It is an earnings play, a lot of volume right now. UFAB is on the move, guys. UFAB, here's another one on the move, FUSN. Well, I guess that news was, they're again, it's not a financing, but I guess making money available to them. I guess that is kind of how I have to interpret that news. UFAB and also FUSN, yes. Yeah, I've got some, and there's UFAB just halted, yes. Yeah, somebody mentioned FUSN on the move also. Wow, this is a big breakout on the daily chart. Look at this consolidation. FUSN, fairly low float, Canadian stock. Not that much volume yet, but it doesn't trade very much. 376,000 shares represents 485 times normal. Crazy. Another one on the move here. Well, one of those Liberty stocks. Okay, QRTA, probably a low float. Actually, it's not a low float, 344 million. So this is not one of those crazy ones. When I say that, you've seen some of those. I can't remember the name, but one of those Liberty stocks. And well, we'll start with an L actually, not a Q. And look at UXIN on the way down here. So when I was looking to short, wow, it's gone negative. So this is a deal they did with NIO, and somebody else, and it said they would get up to $315 million in investment. So what? Look at this, gone actually negative. Boy, this is just getting turfed here. So I guess it's, okay, maybe I misread this. I mean, now it looks like it's a financing more than anything, $315 million. But it first read like an investment in the company by NIO and Joy Capital. Well, it still does read that, but and as usual, a lot of iffy happenings in the first 15 minutes. Look at Wish. Look at that big topping tail now coming down. Wow, I wish I'd held that CLSD short. I would have. I mean, it sort of made my day anyway, going from 448 down to 412 for me. But look at this now. Boy, look at this. It's gone really negative here. UXIN. You know what, guys? I'm going to do something. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so the PDSB actually is rebounding off the, what was the financing price? 8 something? Hey, and your ALF got halted too. Good spot there in the pre-market. Mr. Keith, I think was Mr. Keith. ALF just got halted. So this is really rebounding off that financing. I mean, it's still down 22%. I'm talking about PDSB. The financing price is 850. It's really rebounding off that financing price. I don't even know if it got down there. Didn't even get down to the financing price. All right, let's see what the market is doing. So we put the Dow down, we put the SPY down, and we have tech down. So there's no disconnect so far today. Yesterday there was a disconnect between tech and the Dow. Wow, UXIN, what a... I did not short this, unfortunately. Thought about it right underneath 5. Whew, UXIN, it's just collapsing here. Remember, this was up at one point. This was up to 660 in the pre-market on that news. I guess the news got digested and said, wait a minute, this is not really, well, it's an investment, but maybe it's more like a financing dilution. I don't know. I mean, it's the only way I can explain why it's just getting turfed now on volume. Look at the volume. I saw FOA actually had an upgrade this morning. FOA had an upgrade this morning. Big float, 152 million in the float. They did, but they did have an upgrade. Okay, OCGN, it held 7. Remember, we're watching this one to see if it would hold 7. Oh, it did dip down. But now it looks like there's the pre-market high, 745. This is a virus play. So these are long halts now, guys. This is UFAB. Well, let's see if it opens in what I'm talking about right here. 19, let's see. There it did. Open. So it's a 10-minute halt, not a 5-minute halt for UFAB. It just opened. And it just got halted again on the way down now. This was not shortable for me, William, so I guess it was shortable at E-Trade. Meds, take your meds, MEDS. Ooh, look at this spike last week, way up here, 1091 or so. So what's the float like? Very low float, lots of volume already. It's going to trade the float easily today. Don't see any specific news on it. Keep an eye on meds for sure. I want to see if it holds 6 and starts to move. There's the high of a couple of days ago with 610. Stick an alert there. There's that red line. Stick an alert there and see if it takes it out. I'm going to put an alert around 616, see if it takes it out. So XYF just opened. So XYF. Ooh, what a spread. Terrible. You can't trade this. Unless they, I mean, it was 1007, 1040 odd. So it's, you know, untradeable. It's closed it a little bit now. Still not a great spread though. All right, here's another one on the way up here. CTXR, guys, CTXR. So what do we see looking left? I have to back this monthly out a little bit longer. So we have 2018. So it's approaching those highs back in 2018. All right, there's the, should have clicked on the link. There's meds, guys. Take a look at meds. What is it doing? All right, holding 6. There's that high 2 days ago, 610. See if we're going to explode through that one. There's no Barry trades, Villa, okay? But welcome to the room. I mean, I shorted, yeah, I did do a trade in the pre-market shorting CLSD. All right, keep an eye on this FOA, guys. The reason why, they actually had an upgrade this morning, and the high is 810 looking left. That was yesterday's high. If it can break through 810, the next high looking left is around 855, which would be pretty good if it got anywhere close to that on a percentage basis. So I'm just going to stick an alert around there, around 810, and see what happens. Yeah, so there's no such thing as the best trade ideas found, okay, Billa? This is not a room in which we tell you what to buy or sell. okay? What you're seeing here are ideas, okay? So there's no such thing as the best. Everybody has different trading styles. I shouldn't say everybody, but there are many different trading styles. Take a look at the AI right now. Nothing really shaking. But keep an eye on the Sage. I mean, this is an AI alert. I know the Sage, and it had, I guess, bad data, phase 3 data. At least the interpretation right now is not good. It's down 12%. Yeah, so Jessica, somebody said, or she's saying, I'm observing to find a trading style. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the difficult part when you first start out. You don't know what your trading style is. A lot of people like to play pullbacks. I'm a momentum type trader. I like to see things near the high of the day or the low of the day if I'm going to short. So, Billa, these are ideas that are not issued, but you're seeing them on my screen. These are ideas, okay? So when you say these are alerts, these are real-time alerts. What did I say? I said on the meds, I like to see if it can hold 6, get over that 615. Look what it's done. It is dropping, so consequently I did not take it, but I will still put my alert. If you're new to trading, I mean, this is probably very, I don't want to say confusing, but I mean, if you're new to trading, what I would do, well, there's a couple things you can do. Okay, FOA guys, FOA. I'm not telling anybody to take a trade, but you heard and also they had an upgrade this morning. I think I posted it. I think it's in the upgrade section. Let me just see. Yeah, right there. There's the upgrade for FOA, guys. So it is taking effect. It's taking effect to a certain extent. No, nothing sent out by email, Bella. You know what? You might want to take a look at this. Anybody who's new to trading, you might want to take a look at this. Usually I do this around 10:20, but it seems like you're kind of new to trading. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, I just put the homepage link in. There's my tab also. It's the same link is there. You might want to take a look at the education section. Okay, first of all, this 20 lessons, this is showing you some of the basic features of trade ideas, number 1, okay? So you can get a bit of an idea about what trade ideas is all about. But maybe more importantly for you is if you scroll all the way down, back to basics, okay? So if you're new to trading, this literally starts off with what is a stock? And there are 36 quick short videos starting off with literally what is a stock. So you may want to take a look at that. And you can save my link so you can take a look at all that at your leisure, okay? Yeah, I'll pop that link in here, Jessica, okay? Best thing to do if you're starting out, just observe for a while. There's a SIOX. Wow, did that take off like I think it did? Maybe not. SIOX is one of the very few earnings plays today. Guys, there's that sage, from the AI. Starting to move down. Interpretation of the phase 3 data obviously is not good. This is an earnings play. Okay, one of the, I'm sharing this, earnings play is up and down. I'm sharing those two windows or two scans. If you go to the my scan section, you'll see them there. Well, guys, I took a little loss on the FOA. I got a little bit greedy. I was talking too much. I could have taken a bit of a scalp on it, but I took a little loss on the FOA. So I'm going to keep watching it, see if it holds 8, and maybe get back in later. Put a number around 816. Wish the spread would tighten up a little bit for the FOA. Now we have a bottoming tail here, so I'm going to see if it comes back. So far, nothing in the option scanner. And just as I said that, UAVS comes in. UAVS just came into the option scanner. Now, why is this here? So what's the next high looking left is... what did I do? Okay, give me a moment here. This is why we can't... See if I can get this... All right, guys, just give me a moment here. I've sort of messed this up a bit. Okay. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just okay. So watching this UAVS, the alert happened at 6:15. So this is what I wanted to see. So the next high looking left is around 672. That's on the daily chart. So this has room. All right, I'm not giving up on the FOA. I'm not giving up on it. I want to see if it can hold this 8 level. Meanwhile, UXIN continues down here. There's actually a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for UXIN. We got a little wee pull up, and now the keeps moving down. Yeah, IJA. So if you're following AMC, it did break through 61 now. Theater is opening up, and of course a major player with the WSB crew. Market moving down. All right, so this is still very interesting. The UAVS, very interesting. I mean, it's got the room, of course, because of this. 670, that's the next high looking left, so it definitely has some room. Just sort of resting now. And another halt here. HMG just got halted. This might be no, it's not an IPO. Okay, HMG just got halted. Now, I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, there's something crazy going on with this one. I don't know if this is a new issue or something like this, but HMG just got halted because of volatility, of course. Yeah, be very wary of this one, guys. I mean, 277,000 in the float. I mean, even if that's not exactly correct, it's going to be some crazy low float situation. It's only 35,000 shares right now. But So I'm not sure what's going on with this one. Man, the short of the day, UXIN, I mean, just collapsing. You know, on a percentage basis. I mean, from, 570 down to 450, that's huge. All right, guys, ELOX now just showed up in the option scanner. ELOX, ELOX. What sort of a room does it? Ooh, look at the room it's got on the monthly chart anyway. I'm sorry, I'm looking, I don't know why. Oh, I know why, sorry. I don't have symbol linking checked. There we go. So last month's high was 246. If it can take that out, it has some room to run here. All right, I have to put an alert up here for UAVS. Put it around 620, maybe up here, 621 or so. See if it takes that out later on. No significance really. No, Stephen. I mean, it's just how I've color coordinated it. You know, you can pick whatever colors you want. I just like, if I put green and blue and light blue, I know those are stocks that are making new highs. If it's in yellow or orange or red, those are stocks making new lows. That's just the way I've color coordinated it. So I can at a glance know exactly kind of what's happening. So 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart, daily, monthly, and weekly charts. There goes ELOX. Look at the volume that came into ELOX, guys. ELOX. Look at the volume that came in. Well, that's up to you, Stephen. I mean, as I say, I'm a momentum trader. So if the stock is making a new high for the day, typically, depending on the pattern, I'm bullish on it. If it's making a new low, I'm bearish on it. But it's up to you. These are just ideas, right? So, when I look at this FOA, this was a bullish alert. It's made a new high. For me. Now, some will look at it and go, you know what? It's extended. I'm going to short it. I mean, it's up to your trading style. This would have been an awesome short up here, for the meds. All right, Woof making a new high here. Not a pre-market high. There's the pre-market high, 27.41, so it's a little bit below that. Had a big day yesterday, of course. Held its own in the after hours. Starting to move again. I believe it's a WSB stock. No, I mean, you know, everything I see is making a new high for the day. So now I have to examine it. That my big way of examining things is looking at the daily, weekly, and the monthly charts, because if a stock's just made a new high for the day, then my immediate reaction is to say, okay, great. Where could it keep going before it gets blocked on, say, the daily chart, or the monthly chart, or the weekly chart? What sort of near-term resistance is there? So when I looked at the FOA as an example, I said, okay, the next high looking left is 855. From 8, whatever I got in at 813 or so, you know, if it got anywhere close to 855, it'd be a great percentage move. So that was my thinking on it. But if I get the alert and it's straight up parabolic, like parabolically, and even if I look left and there's a ton of room, I won't take the trade. You know, I want it to rest a little bit. It's a great spot by Mr. Keith in the pre-market talking about ALF. I really hadn't seen this one before, I don't think. And yakking, and I forgot I didn't take the trade. Sugar. Ah. Oh well. There's the FOA guys going without me. The only problem sometimes with moderating a room, you know, I mean, I can't devote 100% attention to the trading, but, you know, that's okay. You got it, beginner. Yeah, AMC is going crazy. Now, I saw yesterday, I don't know if it's today or was it yesterday, it was AMC day or something like that. I mean, they called it AMC day. Again, I don't know if that was yesterday or that is today also. The gamma squeeze coming, okay. Love these terms. Welcome, Drew. I'm going to give you some links that if you just joined Trader Days yesterday, you may not have seen. So, in about 5 minutes, I'm going to go through my little spiel that I do every day at around 10:20. Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at you know, aside from the fact that it's a big WSB play with AMC, but I mean, if you're looking at the fact that you know, theaters are opening, you know, CNK of course is but it's not following suit though. FGPR, let's see. It might be because the volume is too low, for me anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's not showing up. I don't think my volume is the volume is low enough. 20,000 is usually my cutoff. It looks like it's 33. Yeah, no explanation. Unless that volume just poured in at the very, before it hit the 20. I don't know. Wow, Alpha on the move again. Just came out of its halt. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. What is this one? There's one that's just getting hammered also, FAII. So this is one of those SPACs, I guess. Yeah, it's a SPAC. Getting hammered here. Boy, usually they hold 10 pretty well. I mean, you can just see. I mean, they get issued at $10 and they usually hold 10 pretty well. This is just getting hammered. All right, guys, so it's 10:20. So first of all, if you're new to the trading room, we have our YouTube room going at the same time as this main trading room, as I call it. Okay, this is the main trading room, and then we have our YouTube room also. If you're new, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to put a link in, which I think has a lot of helpful information for people. It's my homepage link. When you click on my link, there's the link right there, Barry's homepage. It's also a tab in the main trading room. You click on the link, and this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. I'm going to click, wow, it's UXIN. That's the one I should have been all over. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which is actually having another good day. That Sage Short, I talked about that earlier. Look at that Sage Short really working well. There are other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to go month or annual. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Premium standard 118 or 228, 118. You can apply that discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would not take an annual subscription until you know that you want the program. You can always start off with a standard. If you ever want to upgrade, you can do so. But try us out on the standard first to see if you like the program. Wow, look at FAII. Got some great shorts. All right, more information from my home page. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. And these 2 sections, a lot of information. That's why I'm saying save my link, because you can look at all this at your leisure. You click here are a list of all the scans that I am sharing. Here's my layout. This is the layout that you see. You can have my layout if you want. And remember, it's a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure if you do have your layout up and running, make sure you do save it to the cloud. And if you have a layout up and running, you may not want my layout, but you can hear all the individual scans that I created for you. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. The gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to take a look at stocks that are really moving. And here's our big education link. The 20 lessons. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, I really recommend that you take a look at this. It starts off with, what is a top list, building them, alert windows, creating them, single stock windows, etc. Intro to back testing, the Holly, we nicknamed the AI Holly, Brokerage Plus, a lot of information here, okay? They're not videos, it's all text-based, but I think they're absolutely well worth it if you are new to Trade Ideas. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can look at this also, so you can see what sort of the basic features that we have to offer are. Daily support session. So again, you hear me reference a YouTube room all day long. We do have a YouTube room. It's the same. They hear me, they see my screen. It's just not quite as robust as what I call the main trading room. But I take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders takes over for between 12 and 1. And today is Michael Noss. And I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a little bit, but if you're interested in learning more about Brokerage Plus and creating one-click trading strategies and things like that, save up all your questions for between 12 and 1 because he's the expert on it all, okay? Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, starting Trade Ideas from scratch. More information about the AI in a video. And again, the back to basics. If you're new to trading, really recommend taking a look at this. Michael Noss created it. Starting off with what is a stock, intro to charts, etc. Okay? So I think it's well worth it. Trading ebooks that we created also. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link. Give me a moment here as I size things. Okay, let me Give me your email address. I've just private messaged you. Give me your email address, okay? I just private messaged you. Give me your email address and I'll pass it on to her, okay? Meanwhile, guys, CLSD has come all the way back. So I need your email address. There we go. Okay, so I can pass that on to her. Okay, let me just copy it. Okay, I just sent it off to her. I'm sure she's going to respond to me. It's just possible. We get so many emails and everything. It's just possible. Just got kind of lost in the shuffle. Wow, CLSD guys came right back up. Wow is right. I'm getting, why I say wow is that's my sound alert for it. Do we get a monthly renewal notification? I don't think so. You get an annual one, but you don't get a monthly one. No, Grant, you don't have to sign up to get access to the educational material. It's all free. I saw what you did there. Goods, Mr. Goods in the room. Yeah, so if you're on a monthly, no, you don't get a monthly notification. It's just assumed that you want to, you have to, if you don't want to resume your subscription after a month or, at any time, you just let us know. But otherwise, it's just going to automatically renew every month. All right. Okay, send send an email to Kelly. I'm not trying to pass the buck here, but I don't have any. Well, I don't get involved in the accounting at all. Okay, but if you send it, hopefully, I'm going to copy that. Ah, okay. So Kelly is answering me for you, Sam. It went to spam. So she's going to upgrade you now. So send it to Kelly. I don't know why why yours went to spam, but all right, guys. Man, there's so much action happening here. So I've got to keep going with my spiel about trade ideas. So first of all, if you're new, what is trade ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. market. So what is a scan? This is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows that I put together. I always start off with filter. So what I'm looking for in this particular scan, stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this time of day, 400,000 shares minimum, etc. Okay, these are the filters that I've put in place. If a stock meets these filter criteria, it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks in here. Now I'm sharing this scan, and as always though, you might look at it and go, I don't like that price range. No problem, you just change it. You just change it to whatever you want. Maybe you want a different volume, etc. You know, so I mean, this is what I use, but you know, you can always adjust it to your style of trading. The other thing we did as a company, we said, you know what? Most people do not want to learn a programming language. So we created what we consider or think are enough alerts and filters that the vast majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So no programming language to learn. Give me a moment. And you can use trade ideas with any brokerage, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use trade ideas, okay? And I want to hammer that first point home. You can use trade ideas with any broker. We do, now, before I go into that, I do want to talk about the AI, the difference, you know, that is part of our premium service. This is kind of what the AI looks like. So a great alert on the short of Sage. And this one, long BGS, is working also. So now, this is what I would do. If you have the premium service, forget about wanting to know what the difference between Holly Grail, Holly Neo, Holly 2.0 is. I would forget about what the strategies are. All I would care about is give me the alerts. That's all I want to see. Just give me the alerts. To do that, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, this is what you'll see. This is the window that you'll see. And you can incorporate it as part of your layout. So when you load trade ideas tomorrow, it'll be blank before the market opens. And then just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay? But that's what I would do. I would not worry about the different AIs. I wish we get rid of that. And I wouldn't even care about the strategies. I mean, really, who cares? Just wait for the alerts to happen. And when I say wait for the alerts, you have an entry. You don't have to take it right then. It's a real-time entry, and you have a stop. Okay? So it's laid out for you. How you trade them will be up to you. Give me a moment here. Yes, FOA, finally. Okay, guys. Now, this window you see here is called Brokerage Plus. This is a feature we have. You don't have to use it, but it is available for you to use if you have. Okay, guys, you know my style when I start putting these price alerts. Yes, I was able to get back in it. I thought I missed it, but it pulled back underneath 820 again, so took the shot and being rewarded. Yay. So this is a window we call Brokerage Plus. It's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. I am going to put a link to 2 videos. Well, okay, have you seen oh, wait a minute, I thought I put it in, just a second. Okay, so the Brokerage Plus that I just put that in here. The first video shows you how you connect, okay, to IB, or if you have an E-Trade account. So that first video should cover it. I have no other, I can't offer any other pointers. Then the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can do things like creating one-click trading, etc. I don't go into it at all. If you're still having problem, if you have seen that first video about connecting, then if you can hang on till noon, which is about an hour and a half from now, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. I can send you over there. He's definitely our expert on all this. Other than that, I really don't have any other. I don't have any insight. All right. Well, I mean, this is when it does pay to maybe glance at the news and the upgrades. This got actually an upgrade this morning, FOA. Took a bit for it to really start to work. But guys, if you're in this one, just obviously be totally aware. 855 is the next high looking left on that daily chart. What did it get to? Got to 857. So it may stall here. If it doesn't stall, then look out. I mean, it's got lots of room still. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it won't stall. So there's a classic example, guys, where I took a small loss, my first entry, an FOA. Then I thought, wow, look at this go, guys. This is great. Taking out that, I'm just putting price alerts for fun. See if I can, always fun to see them pop up on the screen when you're in a trade. Oh, I have no idea, Cosmin. Now I do see it says Alfie Incorporated, but it's the same price, so I don't know. I can't answer that. Well, it says Alfie Incorporated, so I have on TradingView, it says Alfie Incorporated. Well, I don't know. I mean, look, it says Alfie Incorporated, not Alabama. All right, so this is the Brokerage Plus window, and again, very easy to use once you're connected either to your IB account. If you want to use this to trade, you don't have to, okay? But if you do want to use it to trade, this is going to work. See, there's the bug, guys. Man, FOA is turning into a sensational alert. Plus, look at this one. PTI is just hammering down. Well, okay, but now a big bottoming tail coming right back up. So again, I know I'm so just disjointed in because there's so much happening in the background for me. But anyway, so this is the Brokerage Plus window. You click on an alert. Symbol shows up, how many shares you want to trade, pick how many shares, the price you want to get in at, you're shorting, you sell, you want to go long, you buy, okay? And that second video will show you, if you want to get more advanced, how you can create your own one-click trading. Not necessary, not necessary, but if that's what you want to do. Otherwise, you can just do it all manually. I'm not a big fan of one-click trading or auto trading at all, but some of you want to try it, you're welcome to try it. Now, the other huge reason to use this, though, is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, I can't emphasize enough, practice trading first before you commit money to the market. It uses our real-time data. You know, it's all real-time. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And it's the same principle. You just click on an alert. You pick how many shares you want to trade. But let's do it this way. Can I get this price? Yeah. Yeah, you see the bug when I talk about a bug and why we can't release this this version with the containers. There's just sometimes you can try to stretch out a column or shrink a column and it works, and sometimes it doesn't, and that just can't be. I can't see these prices right now. It's not the end of the world, but obviously we can't unleash that to you guys until that gets fixed. So let's just take a trade though, and how I'm going to do this, I always like to demonstrate on a pullback, show you how you can do that first. Wow, look at TYHT, guys. I mean, Shineco. Look at TYHT here. Wow. When I say wow, look at the room. Let's take a look left. 759 is the next high looking left. 719 is there. 786. You can see, I mean, if it take out somehow 759, look at well, it is already. The next high looking left is 786. Look at the room it's got. I'm not saying pile into the trade right now. I'm just saying, but if this ever kind of settles a bit. But what I want to do is just want to demonstrate how you could take this trade on a pullback. Say you wanted to take this trade, but you don't want to take it right here. You want it to pull back, maybe, and take it, and then maybe it'll bounce off that level. So what you do, you can pick how many shares you want to do that at. Let's pick a level, let's do 740. I'm just showing you how to do it. Okay, this is in the simulator. I'm not saying this is what you should do. I'm just showing you the mechanics of doing it. And you click on the buy and see how this blue line appears on the chart. So if it goes, if Shineco goes, TYHT goes down to 740, it'll take the trade. Could have done it the other way too. I could have said, you know what? I'd love to see if it broke over 8. Let's do it that way. Let's see if it ever does that. So if you don't want to be in that position, and this is another bug, guys. I mean, I can't, this is why for some reason all these positions show up. Or maybe it's not a bug, it's something I'm just not familiar with. Yeah, so I must have to. Okay, so I'm going to go, I have to do this again. This is kind of crazy. Again, I'm using an alpha version. You don't have to worry if you're watching this and saying, oh man, is this program buggy? No. It's just that I'm on this development version. I'm going to go to the orders. I'm going to cancel that order. I do it, Sari, because that's the way it seems to work. Okay, there might be another way, but that's why I do it. It seems to work. All right, now let's say I wanted to take this trade though if it broke over I don't know, 810. Okay, instead. So there it is. And let's do the same sort of thing. I'm going to pick, say, 300 shares. If it 810, I'm going to click that buy button, and this could execute immediately. So there it is. Okay, so if it gets up to, wow, look at it go, guys! I don't know if it could take it. It might have popped right through. No, I guess it got. It did take it at 8. Look at TYHT go, guys! Wow. I don't know if there's news on this. Yeah, it just got halted. Oh, I'm sorry. That did not get halted. TYHT did not get halted. Yes, Alex. Yes. So we don't make it easy to modify the symbol list. I mean, I shouldn't say it's if you know what to do, it's not hard, but it's not intuitive. So can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do, Alex, before I start? And this is for anybody else who creates symbol lists. Okay, here's how you modify them or edit them. This is what I do every single day. So click on Tools, Symbol Lists. Okay, now you should see your symbol list probably right at the top if you've not created very many, but if all you have to do is find it. It'll be in a list, it'll be in the list somewhere. You find it, you left click on it to highlight it, and then where it says edit list, now you can go ahead and edit your list and then say okay once it's done. Okay? And of course then you don't have to modify your alert window at all. So did you get that, or did I go too quickly? Okay, so from the toolbar, click on Tools from the toolbar, click on Symbol List, find the symbol list that you want to edit, highlight it, just left click on it so it's highlighted, and then edit the list. Okay, and then you can do whatever you want. And then save it. Say okay once you're finished. I do that every day, because there's a symbol list in here every day that gets changed. Yep, it'll start using the yes. You don't have to do anything else. Now, a word. You notice I got into this trade at 811. The max P&L I could have got was 172, okay? When it hit right up there. Now, I'm not saying you could have got out right at the very top, but one of the things that you should be aware of is you don't want to have something that you were up $172 in, now you're down 46. Okay, so, this... I would certainly have the max P&L. I would have my open P&L because that's telling you, and I would have my distance from the exit price open because now what's going to happen? I'm going to flatten out of this trade. That's a hot key. Obviously, that is not what I would have done if I had been in this trade immediately. Okay, so distance from the exit price. Take a look at that. So what this is telling me is that where I got out of the trade, it is now 3 cents under. Of course, what you'd love to see, first of all, you'd never want to see this, okay? You'd never want to see that you were up $172, but when you closed out, you were, down 70. I mean, there's a $240 swing. Well, DPW on the move here. This was a crypto play. I don't know if it still is a crypto play. Yeah, I guess it is. Blockchain, okay. Yeah, okay, traders circulate. Stake CO has a recent IPO, owns 3 million shares, okay. I see, okay. All right, another halt. That HMG, well, it was a resume. I would forget about this one. Yeah, you can't trade it. I mean, look at the spread, 18, 1953. I know that's the halt, but all right, guys, and another word though about money management. So if you're new to trading, you've seen what I've done here. The one thing about trading though is that they're not all going to work. Okay, so you have to have an out. When the trade isn't working for you, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. You don't want to, hope and pray is not a trading strategy. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out. And this is where it gets tricky, because if you're new to trading, you might say, well, how am I going to know that price? Well, that's where practice comes in. So if I wanted to get into DPW right now, okay, just take the trade right now, where would I get out? Okay, so what I want to do is, see, the spread is only a penny or so. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy it at the market. Okay, so I took the trade at 353. I'm going to put the stop at 333. I'll explain why. Not necessarily because that's where I should have the stop, but I want to make the math easy. I'm going to add the stop. So that is the key. Where are you going to put a stop? You're going to see a red line will be right on the chart. So if this goes down to 333, it'll take me out for a $97.50 loss, and it ideally should be $100, but it's a bit of a rounding. I'll explain what I'm talking about. So when you get into trading, that's kind of the tricky part. Okay, where am I going to put a stop? How do I know where to put a stop? And that's where the practice comes in. I mean, how I do it is I look at a chart and I try to size up where I think there's some support. So if it went through that support area, I should be out of the trade and just move on. Okay, that is where the practice is going to come in. The second thing is, okay, if you understand the concept then of placing a stop, well, how much are you going to risk on the trade now? So if it doesn't work, how much are you prepared to lose on the trade? So again, you have a $5,000 account. You are not going to risk $1,000 a trade. At least you better not be. So let's just say you could risk $100 a trade. So this is why I tried to make the math super easy. If I get into this trade at 353 and I place my stop at, see, this is the problem. Let me see if I can shrink this. Okay, good. And there's my stop at 333. That is 20 cents away. If I'm going to risk $100 a trade, I would divide 20 cents into $100, and that share sizes me. That means I could take 500 shares of that particular of this DPW if I'm willing to risk 20 cents a trade and willing to risk $100. You basically divide 20 cents into $100 and you get 500 shares. So you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. Your share size should vary depending on how much you're willing to risk. And it's always the difference between your entry and your stop. In this case, I just wanted to make the math very simple. Okay, so hopefully you understand that concept, and then the next concept is to obey your stop, because you can practice for a while, And you might think, okay, getting good. Remember now, there's no emotion here in a simulator. You lose, oh well, just move on. It's not real money. When real money becomes involved, all of a sudden, another element of trading comes in, and it's the most important one, maintaining your discipline. Because, again, in the simulator, you can obey your stop, no problem. Oh, well, I get stopped out. It's only play money. It's not my money. But the minute you start trading, sometimes the self-doubts will come in, and you wonder, I know I practiced for 6 months, and I got pretty good at it. I'm in my first trade, and it's not working. Maybe I didn't quite get where to put that stop, or you just will not obey your stop. So you start reducing your stop. Okay, so now that becomes a $197 loss if it hits it. You keep reducing it down, 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 down. That $100 manageable loss may turn into $500 before you finally sell and get out of the trade. So it's going to happen. I hate to say it, guys, it's going to happen. We've all done it. Obeying your stop is part of, the maturation of a trader, really. So how to counteract that? Of course, just leave your stop in place. And if you get taken out of the trade, you get taken out of the trade. I got taken out of the FOA trade early, right? But I got back in. It's set up again. I'm out of it now. I mean, it did its thing. But, I got back in again and made up. I mean, I only lost a nickel the first time, or 4 cents, whatever it was. So you can always get back into a trade if it sets up again for you. One of the worst things that can happen, though, is that if you don't obey your stop and it starts to really sink on you, and then it rebounds, and then you think, oh wow, look, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Gives you a false sense of security. Now the other thing is, you can do all this. You have an interactive brokerage account or E-Trade account. Then you can use this window to trade, okay, and you can set up your stops. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, you can still use Trade Ideas, of course. Your broker will have a way in which you can do the same type of thing, okay? So, don't think that you have to have an IB or E-Trade account to use Trade Ideas. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, so I hope I've answered all the questions. If I didn't answer a question, just repost it, please. I've done some scrolling up to make sure I have, but I may have missed if you did have a question. The other thing, too, is if you want a lot more information about using Brokerage Plus, okay, and trading your account, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, hang on. I'm certainly not the expert. Michael Noss is way more of an expert than I am, and he'll be in our YouTube room in about an hour. So, guys, same sort of thing, right, with the DPW. You know, I just left this in. I just, again, want to draw your... See, I had a max of 77. Now I'm down 77, okay? You will not. You should never allow that to happen. So this is why, this is how you can practice, you know, you can sort of see, well, how good are my exits? Okay? Because again, you should not allow, I mean, I'm not saying $77 is you know, huge profit or anything, but you don't want to basically lose 77 if you're up 77. Okay? So again, this is all in the simulator. So this gives you a good gauge about, you know, how good are your exits. All right, guys, just kind of keeping an eye on a couple of thumbnail charts that I have. Eaton, I see, has been halted. I know you guys were talking about Eaton earlier, ETON. Boy, CTXR is moving here, guys. CTXR, I know I saw this on my momentum scanner earlier. 293 was the alert, 322 now. It pulled back and popped. CTXR, it's not a low float, 123 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation. CTXR, so let's see if there's any news on them. Expand Scientific Advisory Board. Okay, so traders are circulating a Seeking Alpha report. Insidious halt for superiority on the horizon with a $10 price target. Okay, I mean, hey, whatever. This is the news. CTXR. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Let's see if our news picked that up too. Yeah, picked that up also. All right, guys. So RFIL is an earnings play. RFIL is an earnings play, and nice, actually, nice daily break. But I see a lot of potential resistance right up in this area on that monthly chart, so it's not that interesting to me. It's a low float, though. Anything can happen with that float. Wow, FOA came right back. They're not in it anymore, but came right back up. A little too choppy for me. You know, that's a pretty 857 down to 818. That's a pretty wide candle. But no disputing the fact that it is still strong, and who knows where it's going. I mean, there was the fantasy area around 10. Actually, I'm looking here, maybe 950 or so. A couple of highs right there in the daily chart. I'm not in it anymore, though. Boy, if this could have maintained, I mean, look at all the room this TYHT has, but it just didn't maintain it. I mean, that's a big drop. That's over $1 drop. You know, on an $8 stock, that's a big percentage move. If it can get back up to this area, though, I mean, look at all the room TYHT has. Wow, FOA, my goodness, what a great upgrade. Check my email. It was Raymond James who upgraded FOA. It was a heck of an upgrade, guys. But you know what? They also upgraded well today, so you know it's not just that every upgrade is going to do what FOA has done. Man, that's a great percentage basis. And it's not a low float either. So to move 21% with 152 million in the float, that's a great percentage move. Yeah, DKNG is actually having a nice rebound. Well, it's still down a lot, but DraftKings is certainly having a pretty good rebound here. Well, actually, it's not that down, not down that much. Here we go. You knew it was going to happen, guys. What time is it? 11:13. So at 11:08, and maybe earlier, this is when we're picking it up. DraftKings says in response to Hindenburg's short report, the company was comfortable with findings from review of SB Tech. So there you go. That's their response. I wouldn't call that like a ringing endorsement type of a response, but hey, it is what it is, guys. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if this went positive. Not saying it's going positive. I'm just saying that's a big, $4 off the bottom. Right, goods. So I know nothing about this SB Tech. Nothing. So risky though, William. You never know what can happen. So especially when there's new, like that sort of a news out there. All right, guys, things are slowing down a little bit for me here in terms of the alerts that I'm getting. All right, guys, I'm going to check to see what sort of emails I'm seeing right now. I want to see if I can answer a couple as I have a bit of downtime right now, not getting too many new alerts. Yeah, the CTXR continues to move here, guys. You're talking, Ajay, you're talking about the stocks like this template? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Is that the one you're talking about? I'm not understanding, Ajay. Not quite understanding. Still don't quite get it. Don't know what scan you're talking about. Wow, look at FOA, guys. Wow, wow, wow. I'm not in it anymore, but just taking out 9. Again, if you're in it, next area of potential resistance. I mean, it's broken. You know, that didn't stop it. That didn't stop it. But we've got a couple of topping tails right up there in the daily chart around 950. Even looking kind of like a late alert from the option scanner at 875 is what I'm talking about here. 875. Still pretty good at 913. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. I mean, sure. Don't have to. Yeah. In the symbol list drop down, and just yeah, single symbol. Never use it like that, but sure. I guess that's kind of cool. I guess. Well, I'm glad you find it super cool. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys, in case you're wondering. All right, guys, things have really slowed down for me here in terms of the number of alerts that I'm getting. Checking to see if anything from my watch list put in a move. I guess Torch was pretty good. 481. What did it get up to? 481. Got up to 530 something. Fab, UFab. Not really. I don't think this. Yeah, I put this in just in case this SIOX had a bit of a move. Hi, Jim. Okay, so Peter, okay, you have to have our, of course, you have to have our premium service. So you obviously have our premium service if you can see that, or maybe you just are looking at them because you saw the 3. Okay, yeah, it's real simple. From our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, you know, this is the way, I mean, this is in a doc, guys. This is such a experimental, call it, okay? So, but this is the window that will pop up, okay? And then all you have to do is save it when you'll probably have a layout. So just save this window now as part of your layout. Then tomorrow, just low trade it is before the market opens and wait for the alerts to happen. It's really that simple. Okay, so again, from your toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Yes, there is. Just like any other, do you know how to create a sound alert for the an alert window? Oh, okay. Because I was going to say it's the same. So just right click where it says Actions, right click Actions. And then just follow these directions. You know, check the play sound, set up the sound. If you want text to speech, you know, you can do that, but you should only do it for one. The reason I say that is that our sound alerts, the whole idea of the sound alerts is to put a different one for for the alert windows that you've got up and running and say the AI. So you don't want to have them, in other words, you obviously don't want to have them all text to speech, otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. And then you can also do this, use the custom sound, set up or select. These are 3 folders that we have. Each folder has some sound alerts. You can play, you can click on one of them, open it, and play it. If you like it, you'll say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to this window or an alert window. Okay? And don't forget to save your work. You know, when you exit trade ideas, you know, make sure you save, because everything you do, even including putting a sound alert, you know, on a window, will not be saved unless you, it won't be remembered that you did that unless you save your work. Boy, Sage gives up 60. Yeah, you know, when I read the news this morning about Sage, I mean, it all looked pretty good. But I guess it's obviously not good enough for the market. Stock is falling despite meeting primary endpoint in major depressive disorder trial. But, as it goes on to say, whiffed on a key secondary endpoint. So the primary endpoint, okay, but whiffed on a secondary endpoint. I'm certainly no biotech expert, but you know, you've really got to dive into this stuff to figure out, you know, why some of these things happen. Because if you just read the headline, you'd be wondering, well, why is Sage going down? Is that it? I mean, look at this monthly chart for Sage. I mean, it was ramping up, basing, and then, you know, last month not great, but look at this. And so, I mean, you know, in theory, I mean, it could, on the monthly chart, it could fall all the way down to 27 again, in theory. Okay, give me a moment, please. What time is it? 11:30. Okay. Be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back, and FOA. What to say about FOA? What an upgrade by Raymond James. I mean, right now, again, I'm not in it anymore. I wish I were, but I am not. And here's your big level if you're still in it. 941, 949. Those are the two highs. Takes that out. We could see 10. Yeah. I mean, listen. If it doesn't take this out, I mean, you could get a quick short on this. I mean, it is shortable. Yeah, at IB. Definitely, if it gets even close to 10, I mean, I'd be looking at shorting that. But right now, I mean, this is it's an awesome play. I mean, it really is an awesome play. And even seeing that it looked like it was so late, from here, option volume at 875. And there's the very first alert that I got for it, 795, and the momentum up. I made some changes to this, guys. In fact, I may continue to. Let me see, how many alerts do I have? I may continue to make some more changes to this. I'm just getting too many alerts. So I did make some change. You don't have to do the same thing, but I made some changes to the momentum scanner. I'm just getting too many alerts, I don't want to get so many. I'm overwhelmed. All right, well, those of you with the AI, you'll notice that we have a symbol triggered twice now. The same symbol, two different strategies. And we have another halt for XYF has been halted several times today. On the way down now. Ooh, it is shortable too. Wow, look at this. Craziness, isn't it? I mean, look at this, guys. It gets what? Up to 1179. Now it's down to 841. And on the way down, probably going to go negative. COGT, let's see, COGT. Is there anything about this one? COGT. Yeah, wow, something's happened. Yeah, I mean, look at the volume that just came in. Volume kept coming in. I guess this was a... Why do I sort of remember this symbol, but maybe not. I don't remember it as being an IPO here, but anyway... I don't see any news on this one. The last news I see is Jefferies resuming coverage, but that's on the 9th of June. Tip ranks, okay. Well, let's take a look left on that monthly chart. 954 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. So will that stall it, or because this is shortable for me too. Blog. Oh, I see. No, blog pump. Yeah, I do see it. I do see it. Okay, one moment, please. No, that's my wife. No, that's my wife. Yeah, I know. We're probably one of the few who still has a like a home phone. There is a reason. Well, that was a good short so far for you. Was it Riley? It was a good short, Riley, so far for you for the Cogit, COGT. Okay, another halt. My goodness, this XYF has halted how many times now? And are you kidding me? It got halted on the way up. I guess it got halted on the way. No, on the way down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a resume. XYF just resumed. Yikes, that's a tough spread. I'm watching XYF, guys. I'm actually looking to see if I want to short this thing. But it's a tough spread. Yeah, Becca, it's just going to come with time. I mean, it's the most difficult thing, letting your winners run, because, maybe take partials. That's all I can say, taking partials. Yeah, setting up risk reward levels. By that I mean, if you've risked 10 cents on a trade, I'll just make the math easy. You've missed 10 cent. Risk 10 cents on the trade. When you go into a trade, you should be... Just give me a moment here, guys. Catch up, catch up. Catch up. I know I sound like a crazy person, as my wife would say. Right. Well, it didn't quite catch up. I ended up taking this short on XYF, and if you're wondering what I was saying, I wanted that ask to catch up to the bid, and it sort of did. I've taken a partial out, but you look at 734, 765, when that bid really dropped, just had to have that ask catch up. I don't often do this, guys. I don't often take something with well, when I got into it, the spread wasn't terrible. I'm talking about the XYF. Wow. Look at it now. So yeah, you might, just very briefly, if you have a 10-cent stop, your expectation has to be at least making 20 cents, okay? 2 to 1. So you can start putting lines on the chart, at a 2 to 1 line. And if it passes it, then keep into the trade, put a 3 to 1 line on. You can do this just with our horizontal lines. And so if it passed the 2 to 1 and then comes right back down to the 2 to 1, maybe take some off. Okay? I'm not saying how much. A lot of it is feel. But if it passes that 2 to 1, then wait for the 3 to 1. And if it passes that, then you just keep in the different risk reward levels. But it's not easy. Look, it's the biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges. That's why I'm saying have that open P&L and the max P&L and the exit price. Have that max P&L and the distance from the exit price. And keep an eye on that. How good are your exits? Yeah, but it wasn't easy. It was not easy. XYF was not easy. I'm out of it now. I really, at one point that bid was down about 730. I really wanted that ask to catch up. But I did okay. I did okay. So now, Becca, I can spend a little more time on that. So this is what I'm talking about. Let's just say I got into this trade at $10, okay, XYF. And I had a 10-cent stop. Let's make the math easy. So you could put at 10.20, you could put a mark 10.20. You could put a mark at 10.30. It's going to look really tight here, but these are the different, it's looking at, you probably want to elongate this chart a little bit, but you could put, so these are your different risk reward levels. Okay. So you get up to the first one. Well, you don't sell it, but if it broke down below it, I'd probably take some off just in case. You never know. But if it holds, then wait for the next one and see if that holds, and the next one, and sort of trade in between the levels. Because the last thing, remember I was talking about earlier, I had one in the simulator. What did I have? One that was up 170 and it turned into like a $70 loss. You'd never want that to happen. Do not paper trade IB connected to Brokerage Plus. Okay? Use our simulator. Mercado. Make it a lot easier. You can go ahead and do it, but why make it harder on yourself? Why not just use our simulator? Don't use IB's paper trading. You have to click on the simulator and that's it. And I can share I have a layout. Find my home page right there. That's my homepage tab. Click on my link. When you click on my link, this is what you'll see. And one of the sections are my scans. Click here, and here's my layout. Remember, it's a layout, so before you load my layout, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. What a great short on FOA. Okay? So hopefully you can find my tab. Homepage tab right there. And there's the link. And then you can save the link because there's a lot of information there. There's no how to. Well, the only thing I can say is just load it. You know, there's no instructions how to use it. How you use it will be up to you. All I'm saying is that load this window. So click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window, okay? And just wait for the alerts to happen. Now, if you want a little more detailed video, but it's not going to say this is what you should do. You know, take every trade here, do this, do that. It's not like that. You know, I use it like a watch list when I can really pay attention to it. Okay? But if you want a more, I guess I haven't even looked at this video for a long time. No, it isn't. I changed it last night. You don't have to, Alex. You don't have to change it. In fact, you know, I'm going to experiment for a while. I'm trying to reduce the number of alerts I get. Right here, can you not see my homepage tab? Well, yeah, Holly picks the, you don't have, yeah, there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. You know, the AI, yeah, selects the alerts automatically. Nothing for you to do. So you can see my homepage tab. Okay, then click on the link. When you click on the link, go to the scan section. Okay, and here's my layout right at the top. I do this because it just saves me from having to, you know, people ask me for my scans all the time. It just saves me from having to, you know, find the scan, load it into the windows or into the room. So also I should have, from that home, if you want a little more detail, if you click here on the education section, but it's not going to show you how to use, like how to trade Holly, okay? It's going to just, it's going to go over like what it is. If you go all the way down, sorry. Educational videos, one of them is the AI channel, Holly. Okay, I don't know how old this, I have no idea how old this one is. But it's sort of an overview of what it is and, okay, but it's not saying, and this is how you should use it. Yeah, if I'm going to update it, I will eventually. I'm going to work on this. I just find I'm getting too many alerts, okay? So I want to work on this maybe later on tonight. I want to reduce the number of alerts we get. All right, guys, I want to put the link in for YouTube because I'll be taking my break in about 5 minutes. Michael Noss will be there. And again, I always say this, but it's true. He is our expert on using Brokerage Plus and, you know, maybe automating strategies and things like that. So if you want to head over there in about 5 minutes, he's not there yet. I never use a trailing stop. And that's not, good morning, good morning, Real. That's not, you know, that's not to say nobody should use a trailing stop. I just don't. Holy son of a... It didn't hold on. Look at this now, XYF. I'm out of this one. I was happy enough because of the spread, but look at it now. This is what I wanted to happen when I was in it. Look at this XYF, guys. And now it's down 14%, so it's probably hard to, it won't be as easy to get the short because of that uptick rule. Wow. Total disaster, exactly. I don't think Zach can hear me. Yeah, it's not from me, but it's not from me, but Matthijs. So I don't know where you're getting the strumming guitars. And it's not from me. You got a lot more in the background, but it's not from me. Got to be something on your end. Well, I haven't looked at Hertz for a while. HTZ, I hate this one. HTZ GQ. Stupid 5-symbol ones. Yeah, it is. Look at this. All-time high as an OTC stock. Wow. I didn't know a strumming guitar was one of the alerts. Well, the only way you can do it is take a look at every alert window and right click, go to properties, actions, and then you'll see the sound. If you want to turn all your sound alerts off, you can, there's a toggle on off between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. Okay, otherwise there's no way to, you have to take a look at each alert window. You have 10 alert windows. If you can't find it, I have no idea. I have no idea. If you want, here's one way to check to see if it's actually coming from the AI or Trade Ideas. Just there's a sound toggle right there between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. If you turn it, it's just an on-off. Turn it off and see if that's strong. Then you'll know for sure if it's something to do with an AI or AI Trade Ideas. I think Michael is getting set to go into the YouTube room. He's just notifying me. Make sure he's in before I... Perfect timing, guys. The lawnmower is right underneath my window, so... Okay, good. Okay, Michael, I will stop. So guys, head over to YouTube. You got all your Brokerage Plus questions, etc. Head over to YouTube. I'll be taking a break between 12 and 12:40. Michael will be there between 12 and 1.
All right, everyone, let's first test the sound there. Okay, that worked. And we'll go to desktop here. Okay, perfect. So someone can just confirm, make sure everything's working perfect. So again, if you guys are new here, just what we do is we give Barry an hour off and we open up the question or the room here. Oops. It's my Twitter. Room here to answer questions. So we'll be here for an entire hour, answer any questions that you have about trade ideas or trading or anything like that. Feel free to ask away. The more time you spend asking me questions, the less I'm going to be kind of waffling about random stuff. So it's for both of our best interests that we get some questions on the go. First of all, just looking at the market while I wait for those to go in, it's what a slow day, you know. Look at these just last 10 candles for the overall market, just not a lot going on. And that's probably indicative to the FOMC talking head stuff that we've got going on tomorrow. So it might be like this for the rest of the day and then the morning tomorrow, which is fine. But I know there's some stuff moving. You just got to be able to grab that stuff quickly. Does someone fine tune the AI each evening? No, the AI fine tunes itself each evening. So that's kind of the beauty of the system, and really what we were going for is something that helps new traders kind of build their own trading plan and gives them suggestions on things to look at that have a trading plan. And then it refines. So there's about 70 strategies in there, and each and every day it goes through and it re-optimizes and checks those strategies to figure out which ones are working the best in this current market. So it's not a person that does it, because no human could ever, it's running 100 million. No, I think it's like 5 to 10 million simulations a night. So there's just no way a person could do it. But that's the point of the AI, is it's supposed to be a machine that does it, which means it's going to be imperfect at times, but it's a great way for new traders to make sure that everything you enter has some sort of stop loss and all of that. So it's been wild to see. It's been a great day for the AI, but it's just been wild to see that only Neo is doing anything, which makes sense to me, just because it's it's more of a stock pickers market. I hate that term, but it is when the indexes aren't moving very much. You just have to make sure that you go where the action is, and that's kind of how Neo, or where Neo shines, is everything in Neo has very, very high normal volume going through it. So it does a good job of finding where people are hanging out, knowing that they, there goes Janice as we speak. So even when the market's kind of dull, it still does a great job of saying, well, this is where I'm interested, and I'm going to look at this type of thing. But all done programmatically. So the next question, we can walk through the Brokerage Plus. I'm going to give you this video walkthrough I did as well. I'll talk about it as well, but this is a great intro video. It's broken down into chapters, and it will, it's about half hour or so of me walking through it. Is there anything in particular that you wanted to see? And I can show you that, as opposed to going through the whole thing. But if you want a great, just, soup to nuts through every bit of it, that's a great way to take a look at it. Hey, Mike C., how's it going? I'm just resetting some. Oh, Bumble is coming right back down, isn't it? DLPN, just resetting some alerts for things that have triggered and then pulled off of their trigger point. So things I may want to relook at, I guess the best way to put it. So I guess the long and short of Brokerage Plus, while I'm just waiting for what it is you're actually looking to learn a little more about, is it just connects to your brokerage account so that you can send trades from trade ideas just right directly to your broker. So you can do that by just using, that's why I'm moving this stuff out of the way, using the order entry box that we see here, which just allows you to just fill out and place orders, right? And links to our charts. So if we go to Apple, you can see that what's going on there is fills in your order entry. So, right, I could just go and fill in the amount of shares I want. I can right click on this and I can select dollars. So say I just wanted to buy $2,500 worth of Apple. I can set, stop losses and profit targets, point it to different accounts, do all that as well. One step up from just basic order entry like that is kind of filling your order entry algos, where if you go in, we'll click edit here. You can do things like say, hey, I'm going to click on the chart to place a trade, and I'm going to risk, I just have $500 here on each trade. I'm going to apply a stop loss and profit target to it. And we're going to then click on the chart and then go through and put in a line, and it will populate in a second there. And there's my entry now in Apple, and it's put in the stop loss based off the parameters I set before. It's put in a profit target right up here with the parameters I put before, and it will manage then the trade completely for me from there. Another one on top of that, another leap on top of that, is that if you build an algorithm that you like within trade ideas using an alert window, and that's something that backtests well, and it's something that you're interested in. I don't think this will backtest well, but that's fine. Then you can apply that algorithm to Brokerage Plus and have it traded for you. So those are kind of the different levels of things you can do, where you can, again, enter orders yourself, use some sort of order entry algorithm, or go from there. Yeah, no diamond hands here. That's not a way to trade. That's a way to gamble. It only has a 16% short float on Genius Baron. It's not that much. It's got, you're saying 42 million shares shorted. Well, maybe they're covered with options. You don't know. But no, diamond hands is not a trading philosophy. It's a meme for fun. Does Brokerage Plus have history? Well, we've had it for years. The history on where the trades are going to be recorded, if that's what you mean, that'll be done in your brokers. And since you'll be using your own trading style and trading the things that you want to trade in your own trading plan, how well all that works is going to be up to you. We're working on better kind of, we have this calendars tab that we're going to look to build up a little bit in the future. That's going to kind of tell you a little bit more what you did that day and how that worked and all of that. We're working on that now, but that's going to be with our paper trader. So if you're looking for broker, the history of your trades, then I would refer to your broker on that. And then there's some external websites you can look at: TraderView, FundSeeder, a couple different places that will do that kind of tracking. But we're working on that kind of tracking, but it's not there yet. Funny, the most consecutive. This is just consecutive up and down day scan. And two things from the most consecutive down days are inverse ETFs. So, oh, I use TOS on demand. Yeah, we have a paper trading, so you can do that in real time. But we don't have going back candle by candle. Now you could just by hitting the left and right keys on your chart, go back and look at it candle by candle. I trade market open, no time to simulate when market open. Yeah, and you can connect to both of those at the same time, but if you're trading all day and then going back and retrading the day, well, you got to know your brain's going to be a little biased to, you're going to know what happened that day. So I would watch out for that. I run the simulator at the same time. Now what you're seeing right now is just an account that I use just to showcase trade ideas, and it's all simulated stuff. But I run the simulator on my real account in parallel to connecting it to Interactive Brokers. And the reason that I like to do that is that I can test new strategies in sim at the exact same time I'm testing existing strategies in the real world, and then kind of contrast and compare those. Just on another screen looking at, I really enjoy, let me drag this over, this let's do a screenshot of it just so I don't have to change channels. But this channel that we have open, I really, really like the concept of, and it seems to be giving some good gems. So it's just called sector analysis, and it's there for all trade ideas members. But I just like the fact that I can quickly look and see where money is going into and where's money going out of. Right, like right now today we've got money going out of materials, we've got money going out of or into XLE, which is our financials index. Right, they're real estate, which has been the strongest for the while. They seem to be exiting consumer staples as well, and then utilities are doing okay along with healthcare. So I just like that you can quickly just take a look and just pop this out and have a quick kind of understanding of what's going on. And with the market down just a little tiny bit today, the fact that most of these sectors are selling and it's kind of only energy that's holding us up, that makes it interesting to watch for things like tomorrow, in which we have the oil numbers that come through tomorrow, and whether or not that's going to affect and how much it's going to affect the overall market. Considering today, we're only down a wee little bit in the SPY, but we would be down significantly more, in my opinion, if it wasn't for that one. Max profit time is in conservative mode. Why doesn't it update in moderate mode? Because it's in conservative mode, so it doesn't update. And again, I've chatted with you about that filter before. I would say that's borderline useless, Fernando, right? It's just telling you what the highest point you could have gotten in conservative mode is each day. Other than that, it's borderline useless. It could be good to, I know people, the reason we included it and the reason people use it is they compare their own exit strategy to the exit strategy of the AI to see if they did better or if they did worse, right? If they got closer to max profit than the AI did, then that's great, but it's this after a fact number that doesn't help you at all in real time because it's solely after the fact, right? You're not going to know what max profit is till the day's closed, right? Again, unless it's in conservative mode and it's hit a profit target or something, and then that's the max profit that it was exited. But you kind of answered your own question there, right? It's in conservative mode, so it will not update in moderate mode. But again, I don't even have it. I don't think it's a useful statistic for myself at all, just because it's just the amount, the highest point that the stock went to after the AI bought it. So you could get the same just by looking at the chart, but that's just hindsight trading. So yeah, again, the reason it's there and the use of it is just to simply, if you're running, which you should be, if you're running your own statistics and saying, hey, I'm getting much closer to max profit than the AI is on a consistent basis. Great. If you're not, then maybe it's time to readjust the strategy. But again, you'll never achieve it. No human being will ever achieve a max profit number, because it's assuming that you knew where the top of that stock would be well in advance and you were able to top tick it, which, good luck, right? I just think you're way better off focusing on the risk and the downside than trying to focus on the upside, because trading, when it comes to profit targets and trailing stops and stuff like that, is just knowing that you're not going to be perfect ever, and just kind of trying to get as close to that as you can. I think it's one of the hardest parts of trading, in my opinion, is just the exit side of it, just because you're never gonna be right. It's one of those, you're either going to hold too long and miss the top, or you're going to sell too early and miss the top. You're never going to get the top. Maybe you're lucky a few times in your career and you buy the absolute bottom of a stock and you sell the absolute top of the stock. But in the long run, it's just not something that any human can achieve. So I would just worry about how you're planning on exiting them and why you think that that's the best way to exit them, and then compare that to what would have happened if you had just followed Holly. And your goal is obviously to do better than that, right? An algorithm should always just be a guide, and then from there it should be a kind of a push up, right? Like, how much can I make above that guide? Speaking of oil looking good, NEE just popped up on one of my scans here, and this one looks interesting. It's got a nice area of support going along here. Bled through a couple times, but this area has acted pretty strong recently. And then if we draw this, right, we could be coming up to the high end of that triangle, which would get us to the 75 area. So that one's interesting. I want to keep that on watch. Slower mover, but 10% is 10%. Other than that, has not been a lot. Probably because the market's just chopping sideways. There hasn't been a lot that's come through my scan. Clover, which I know is one of these meme guys, but it's got 2 dojis in a row. If we kind of close down here, it may be another one. That's kind of interesting to me. Although, other than AMC, these meme stocks have just been left for dead. Right there. Even GME, which I'm short, some right now. It's they're all, which, if they do want to cause a massive squeeze, they would have to focus their money on one instrument, but everyone else is just getting left out in the cold. WKHS. Workhorse, ride, getting pummeled. We got triggered in that fake Apple trade, so you see I was able to just put that line out there and walk away. And that has a lot to do with how I trade nowadays, where I just set out the entry order and the stop and profit target around it, and then I leave for the day. Let my positions kind of work themselves, let them close themselves near the end of the day on day trades, and whenever they get stopped out for swings, and then go from there. So we have a whole 40 minutes until Barry comes back. So questions, questions about trading, question about the software. I've been using Trade Ideas since 2006, and have been consulting with them here for 4 or 5 years now. So I can definitely help you out with any issues or problems that you find you're having. But it might just be one of those things. There's just not a lot going on till FOMC. Let me go to Forex Factory. I've gone to this one website to give me the news for 20 years now. Yeah, 3 p.m. my time, so that must be 2 Eastern tomorrow, is FOMC economic projections, FOMC statement, federal funds rate is all happening at 3. Before the bell, there's not really that much interesting going on in the U.S. CPI is going on in Canada. What is GME likely entry? Not too sure what you mean there. You're looking to trade it? It should be, well, then the entry should be whatever your trading plan is. I'll send you this. It's Forex Factory. It's just, there's probably 8 million. This is one of those old man moments where it's like I use it because I've always used it. Just a nice little breakdown of, you just go by day and it will just color code. So anything in red is something that they just consider a market moving number. So you can see that there's, for the US, there's nothing in the morning that really matters. And then crude oil inventories, which will move oil, which is going to be interesting with XLE outperforming. And then the rest is the federal funds shenanigans that goes on, right, from 3 to 3:30. And then nothing. But yeah, you can just click and go per day and just say, well, is there anything that I care about? And I don't trade off these events, but I may, for example, I know I can look at this and I can know that this event's occurring. And then from there, I can say, hey, now that I know that there's this big number that's really going to shake up the market that's happening very, very soon, I expected this chop that we're getting today, right? Everyone was worried that the market was going to tank or the market, right? It's just, it's just chop, right? If you look at the daily chart of the SPY, right? And I saw all the bears come out on Twitter again today, which I thought was hilarious, being down 25 basis points. Everyone's like, oh, what a sell-off. But, right, just continue sideways chop. And it just, again, so I just go to know it. Yeah, so for the GME entry, I'll just need a little more what you're looking for. We don't obviously give entries and exits here, right? You got to trade your own trading plan. And as I always say, if you don't have a trading plan, stop trading. I mean, diamond hands and all that nonsense is not a trading plan. So you got to, why are you buying it? What's your trading plan say for the reason you're buying it? And all that kind of stuff. Very new to TI. Can I change the order of items on the channel bar? You cannot, but you can create your own channel. So if you have a layout that you like let me save this layout. And I'll just call this stream because I'm streaming. So I've saved this layout to the cloud, and then you can go up here to the channel bar in this top corner and you can edit your custom channel. So I can build a new one and just add in a picture and say stream, and then hit select from cloud button, and I'll be able to find that layout I just saved to the cloud. And then as soon as I hit OK and apply, you see I have my own channel up here. So you can go through and change all of that, right? And so you can't change the order of the channel bar, but you can make your own channel bar, and you can have up to 5 there. So it makes sense to go through and say, hey, these are the 5 channels I like, and just make them yourself. So you can either take the channels that currently exist and save those to the cloud and use that, or you can, what I would recommend is take the channels, modify them so that they fit what you're interested in, and then save them to the cloud, and you can build your own channel bar there. A good site for news, I don't know. We have our own news, and I look at that, but I don't believe, I have a very strong fundamental belief that news doesn't matter. As soon as you know the news, everybody else knows the news. It's priced into the stock and it's irrelevant, is my just philosophy on these things. So I don't look at news, right? I will look at news events. So I will look at, if I'm buying GameStop and it has earnings the next day, I'm going to sell it before the earnings, things like that. I'll look for news events, which we have built right into the system. Let me just click on HBAN. It has July 29th. So I will look to sidestep known news events. But as a chartered market technician, I think they may kick me out of the CMTA if I start using news too much for trading. I'm using Holly connected to IP. I'm under the PDT. Will Holly trigger more than 3 trades? Holly does way more than 3 trades a day, not 3 trades a week. Holly is exclusively a day trading system. So if you're not able to day trade, then I would recommend taking a look at more of kind of our swing trading side of things. So TI Strength Alerts being one of them, which is an algorithm that we've back tested for 5 years that outperforms the market when it comes to different swing trading phenomenon. And those are weekly holds. So I may check those out. Those would be a little appropriate for PDT rules, right? It doesn't matter how you connect to your broker. It's the PDT rule is a government thing. So everybody's got to play ball. If you're an American citizen, you're just subject to those rules, and there's nothing we can do about them. But Holly is a day trading algorithm, so it's of course going to day trade quite frequently. So again, I may take a look at this, where this channel will update weekly with another 5 symbols, and you can see a little kind of write-up on each symbol along with some technical analysis done on those symbols for you, and then look to swing trade those, because if you're below the PDT rule, you obviously can't day trade. You have to swing trade. Thumb rule, I'm with you there. As a Canadian, we don't have that. I don't understand why you guys do, but it is what it is. That's the government you guys have. So just unfortunately, there's nothing that can be done outside just breaking the law, which we're certainly not going to do. PPL is interesting because remember when I was looking at that sector report for you guys, utilities was doing well. So utilities is interesting. BR is very, very interesting because if you look at the XLF has been pulling back for the last like 2 weeks, but BR, which is a financial agency, has actually been holding pretty strong. So it's very interesting. Yeah, come to Canada. And we don't have that rule up here, and we have better beer. So come on up. How can I compare the actual 1 to 2 minute volume? How can I compare the actual 1 to 2 minutes volume to the 1 2 minutes volume for the last 60 minutes or for more time? You can't directly. I would, right? If you're looking for a filter, you always just go into any scan, go under search, and just type in what you want. So let's look at volume, right? And this is what you have access to. So, maybe if you're comparing different volumes, you can find a way to use 1 minute volume percentage combined with 5 minute or something like that. But there is no way to say what is the volume in this candle and what is the volume in candles before it yet. We have a system that we're working on that will allow a little bit more granularity with stuff like that. But just take a look, and if it's here and something that comes up, then that's something that you're able to play with. And if not, it's just not in the system currently. So two charts I always like to keep an eye on that I know most people don't is IWO, which is growth stocks. So it's an ETF of low float growth stocks, which I think people, even though the market's at all-time high, have been feeling like it's not, just because this index in itself is down, and what most traders try to gravitate towards is growth stocks, right? And then IWN, which is the same thing but for value names. And you can just, if you look at those two charts, you can see the difference pretty clearly, that the value names are names that are continuing to outperform growth names, other than the last few days here. However, this is holding fairly well this prior high, and that's the area I think we need to keep an eye on there. And that's kind of interesting because when I ran this TI Strength Alerts algo, because again, I back tested it 5 years very robustly. And what I noticed is it's since we've launched, it's still, you're still beating most mutual fund managers if all you did was trade the TI Strength Alerts, but it's just not, putting up these massive numbers. And I think that's just because it's determined that these growth names are at a favor. And thankfully it has, because with the growth names pulling back, the TI Strength Alerts continues to hold up and do okay. And I think the main crux of that is just simply because it's able to rotate into kind of what's strong at the time, which is the power, I think, of the algorithm kind of above and beyond other things. Other than that, there hasn't, for my own trading style, there hasn't been a whole lot going on. Do your members get AI suggested entry and exit? So yeah, we have a, oops, not that one. Let's go in to this one. So we have this artificial intelligence engine that basically scrubs algorithms that have been built by people within Trade Ideas, myself being one of the major ones that works a lot on this. And it refines those algorithms each and every night. And of the 70 or so we make, it presents you with a handful that it thinks are doing well in this market. So here is what it did today. You can see the overall profit here, and this is based off of, let me go in, AI settings. Based off risking $200 on each of those trades. You can see BGS was kind of a break-even trade. The AI purchased at 51.61 or 35.61. Man, I was off on that. And then down, it went up to about $1 before pulling back, and then the AI exited as it was pulling back. Sage took a short on Sage at 64. It just crashed down to 60, kind of in a straight line. And then GNCE, it had one bad trade on in the morning. I can't have that alert. I don't know why. I don't know if I click on that. No. Because it tried here once in the morning, and that got stopped out. And then it tried here again in the afternoon, and that one hit profit target. So it had, one flat, one loser, two winners, and the risk reward it shoots for is 2-1. So that turns to be a pretty great day, pretty great trade, and that's how it works. So in the back end, it's kind of complex, but just think about it. We call it the quantitative combine. So what it's doing is it's taking these 70 algorithms that have been built by myself and other people at Trade Ideas, and kind of says, hey, this is what's working, this is what's not working. Present the client more of these algorithms that are doing well and less of these algorithms that are doing poorly. Now, like anything, we never just suggest blindly following the AI, just like you should really never blindly follow any system or algo. But the beauty of it, and the thing that I really think is great for newer traders, is every trade has a reason for entry that has some type of statistical advantage. It has a stop loss. It has a profit target. And this is what really struggles, I find, for a lot of new traders in the mentoring and everything that I do for traders, is they just don't have a plan as of yet. So they don't have a reason for entry, and they don't have a stop loss, and they don't have these things. So having a system that at least says, hey, it's going to be imperfect like everything else, but instead of just saying, hey, I'm just going to take this trade because I take this trade and away I go, having that plan, I think, does everything, right? I've never met a trader who, when we're at the bar telling battle stories, that it's like, hey, that this, I had a trading plan. I loyally followed my trading plan, and just didn't work. Right? That's not. I've never heard that story. It's always been either I didn't have a trading plan, or I didn't follow my plan, right? It's like those two things. And I always equate this to kind of like weight loss too, right? You never hear someone say, oh, I tracked everything I ate, and I tracked my workouts, and I had a plan and a system in place, and that worked great. Where you hear all the time is someone says, I want to lose weight, and they don't have a plan or, a system in place or anything like that. So it's like anything. It's right. The old management consulting, right? I took a lot of management consulting courses in school, right? And the quote they always bring up over and over again is what gets measured gets managed, right? What has a plan and a system and philosophies, those are the things that end up doing the best, because you know how to manage those. So that's the main power, I think, for the AI for new traders. It says, hey, this is a trade idea, but not only that, here's a stop loss, here's a profit target, here's how long we think you should theoretically hold it for, and here's the reason for it. So you can go on the website and you can read the reason for all of these different plans. So, for example, Sage, a breakdown short, I know because I built this one. It's basically looking for an opening range break on stocks that have gapped down heavily on high volume, right? So I don't know what the relative volume of Sage is right now. Oh, it's 31. So that means 31 times normal volume is being printed in Sage today, as opposed to a normal day at this time. So that's the crux of the algorithm. And when you know that, you say, okay, I understand that if it's trading things that are gapping down and are pumping out a lot of volume, that's going to be a very fast trader. And does that line up with my own philosophy and style of trading? If it does, you want to be the guy who trades the fast moving type of stocks. Well, that's Neo, right? That's focus entirely on that. If you're someone who likes to play a little slower and you want to hold for longer, then maybe you go and you gravitate to the other one. So there's a way to build trading plans kind of within the system in and of itself too. Yeah. Well, and mainly the reason I equate it to, diets and exercise and stuff is because, again, it's the same. Do you care enough about the thing to do the boring part, which is to develop a plan, monitor that plan, right? Consistently journal and update and see what's going on and all of those things. And then at the same time, do you have the discipline? Do you care enough about the thing to have the discipline to stick to the plan that you came up with? And that's where I see a lot of traders failing, is that they don't, trading is fun. Sitting down in the evening, tracking every trade you did, comparing that to a written trading plan, seeing where you did well, where you deviated from the plan, how you may adjust the plan in the future, that kind of stuff. That's less fun, so less people do it. However, just like anything, that preparation and maintenance and tracking is really the difference in the long run. There's I have never met a wildly successful trader, and one that has been wildly successful for a long period of time, that doesn't have some sort of a reason for doing everything in a written. And even if it's not, the old fogies, I don't think they have written plans anymore. They're just like me. It's kind of all in your head. But for those first handful of years, that's something that I think is just not only hugely important, but is literally the difference between what makes a winning trader and a losing trader. Okay, I started doing that since I lost. Journaling and making notes of every mistake and deviation from my plan. It's boring, but very informative. Very much, right? Very much. Very, very boring, but, not not intense, right? So you can, I do all of my journaling and preparation and stuff after the markets close. I may throw, a dumb Netflix thing that I don't have to pay attention to on one screen, and listen to chill music and have a tea and go through it. And it's one of those things that, yeah, no one wants to do that stuff. It's not fun. But when you start and when you develop, for me, it takes about 45 minutes to an hour every night. But by doing that, which is reviewing the markets, reviewing my trades, scanning for next day's trades, all of that type of thing. But by doing that, I'm constantly in touch with the market. I'm constantly in touch with my own trading. And because I'm more of an automated guy and I use Brokerage Plus in the way that I mentioned earlier, where you can just click on the chart and say, hey, if the stock gets to here, I want to get involved, and then put in a stop loss and profit target, whatever. I can set all these orders out at the same time the night before and just have everything dealt with for me. So that hour, 45 minutes to an hour each evening, encompasses everything that I do from a trading point of view, other than watching during the day. So again, it's not fun, but to me, it's a must-have kind of thing. Hopefully works. I'm very new. I think 2 months of learning and 2 weeks of trading. Yeah, it's the best thing you can do. So if that's what you're doing with your time, the part of the problem with trading is that people think they need to be trading all the time and they need to chase every move and they need to, constantly be putting money to work, where really the bulk of trading should be boring, right? The bulk of trading should be that kind of work. So I think you're going in the right place there. OBLN, yeah, it's gapping, right? So anytime I see an intraday gap like that, that means it's halting. And just know, if you're trading something that's halting like that, you're at the whims of the gods when it's doing this kind of stuff, right? Both long and short, could have gapped down here. There's just no way to mitigate risk in this area, which again doesn't mean don't trade it. It just means acknowledge that risk is there and then size accordingly to that risk. Where if things are gonna turn around, tank on you, and that stock stays halted, sometimes halts can last for days, weeks, months. So if you're just making sure that you're like, well, yeah, I understand that, and you're taking it small enough that if it gaps and you lose 50% of the trade, you're not, it's not hurt, then have at it. Just, it's not my style. I'm more of a slow and consistent kind of guy. GME really selling there. Again, I am short. I did buy. Don't tell Dan. I know he's been pumping these things, but I love this pattern for a swing short. Now this is all sim stuff. I just bought puts because there's no way I'm gonna short this thing and not have a defined risk in case it gaps to 10,000 tomorrow or something insane like that. But this sell down, weak bounce, and then continued move, that's what got me involved in the puts, just because they couldn't muster really any of the bounce. And then again, you go to the other guys, the other memes, and they're just leaving them in the dust, right? It's AMC is the only one that's going up, and that's even putting in a topping tail here. The rest of them are the rest of them are just kind of tanking, right? Where JPM wasn't one of them. Was CLOV, right? MVIS, BBBY, Right? They're leaving everything behind. So right, there may be a thing where a lot of these guys say, well, if AMC is the only one working, let's, sell everything we've got and all these other ones and then buy AMC, which maybe. I think it's kind of sad that these guys are getting they're at this point they're all being manipulated by hedge funds, right? It's as someone who worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years, if you don't believe that they have people and robots constantly watching everything they're doing on Reddit and front running them on the way in and fading them on the way out and all this stuff, then it's I've got stories to tell you, because right, these guys, they have millions of dollars of budgets, and their one and only goal is to make sure that they make money in the market. So they're going to be very, very much interested in and consistently keeping an eye on everything that's going on so they can trade against them, right? And I'm rooting for them. I hope they do it, right? I hope they all make a bunch of money and they take a couple of these funds down a couple pegs along the way. But to think that hedge funds are just consistently short is just not true, right? Because I did a lot of accounting and legal and risk management work for hedge funds for a long, long time, and they're certainly not all short. Most of them are long most of the time because the market goes up most of the time. So that's just my synopsis. That's a long synopsis for a my short thesis on GameStop. And I'll treat it like any other trade, right? No hodl, diamond hands, blah blah blah. I have an idea of what it needs to go, or where I think it's going to go. I have stop losses in case I'm wrong and where it's going to go. I have profit targets in case I'm right on where it's going to go, and that's all there is for me anyway to a trade, is just to make sure that you've got all that planned out before the trade takes place, and you're comfortable with the risk that you're putting in place, and everything else is just wait and see. Yeah, well, and it's just it's the game, right? It's a hedge fund is just a trader like you or me that has a bunch of people who gave him a bunch of money to trade. It's all there is to it. They're not shadowy evil cabal or anything. They're if you had if you had the amount of research and capital that they do in order to make your trading decisions, you'd be doing roughly the same. Now, hopefully, you wouldn't be doing market manipulation, which we all know the guys do, and that shouldn't take place. But it's they're trading to make money, and it's why you won't see a lot of the professional people talk about hodl this and just buy and pray it goes up that. It's just not. It's not in their best interest, right? Their best interest is to take a trade. All right, so we have another 5 minutes. If there's any questions about trade ideas, about how any of this works, I know Barry's going to kick me out. I know it's slow, and I know I haven't been talking about too much because it is slow. But that's just, there are times in the market where it's time to really swing for the fences because things are moving and everything's going great. And then there's time to chill out, right? And this is one of those times to chill out, right? And that's, don't worry if what I've noticed over the years is the calmer the market going into a what we call a binary event, right? An event that's going to occur that's going to be some sort of a big deal in one facet or another. That is going to the bigger that event is going to have, right? If no one cares about the event going into it to the point that the market's not, calming down and waiting for this thing to occur and all that, then no one's going to care about the outcome of the event, what actually occurs with the event. The more dead I find the market leading up to it, and summer is going to have an impact on this and all of that as well. But the duller the market is going into that event, the crazier the potential event could be. So my plan is to basically just kind of hang out until the event tomorrow, not really do much until then other than my typical research and everything like that. But then have a plan of a couple different scenarios that I think could occur when the event occurs, and then have a trading plan around that, so I'm able to go and be a good trader that has everything planned out and ready to go before the event occurs, and then kind of take a trade accordingly. Because I don't think they're going to do anything like change rates or anything like that. I don't think we have to worry about that. I think more than anything, what it's going to be is one of those where they really care about the language in it, right? Where they're, did they use the word "and" here or the word "or," because everybody's looking at some point. They're going to have to stop printing and they're going to have to start raising, right? It's a foregone conclusion that at some point that's going to occur. Really now it's all just a guess of when that is, right? I don't know if it's going to happen. I definitely don't think it's going to happen in this one. But if they hint, even if they hint and say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna raise rates starting this date, that date, the other date," that's going to be enough to kind of get everybody super interested in, maybe allocating positions based off what they think that change is going to make for everybody, right? Which will be a big deal when they finally do it, because they haven't even talked about raising rates for forever. Just checking with Barry, seeing if he's back or not. All right, he's starting now. Is the stock process by Holly only good for a day trade, or can I hold for a bigger short-term, bigger profit? I would treat it like any other trade. If it's working for you, why get out? Let the trend go until the trend looks like it's going to reverse, and then develop a plan to exit kind of later on. All right, guys, Barry is back. I'm going to switch it back to him. It was nice having you. Just note there's a different person here every day from this hour. So come on by and get a lot of different points of view of the market and try to figure out what style and what personality gravitates both with you, most with you. And I'll talk to you guys soon.
Volume bar like that, popping it through. And I'm also, kind of keeping my eye on that ORPH to see if it breaks down through 10 again. It could be it could turn into a great short. Remember, I mean, this stupid thing came from $2. Sorry, not $2. $5.25 3 days ago, for no reason. Now the risk, of course, is in case I'd be amazed if it got in, up into this area again. I think that that was a one-day wonder, the one-hit wonder. Yeah, it's getting closer. It is getting closer to breaking that 60. I think I have an alert set just underneath 60. And that, who knows, this might be a magnet. This low in the pre-market, $56. But also, I mean, look underneath. I mean, on the monthly chart, there's not a lot of support. I mean, you can always look at the lows here, yes, but almost kind of 45-degree up on the monthly chart. There's really no support. Aja, thank you. We're talking about Sage maybe breaking down through 60. And we have another halt. ALZN just got halted, or resumed, sorry. No, just got halted. ALZN, on the way down. Okay, so this was obviously this is an IPO today. Wow, did this get crushed? What a disaster. This is an IPO. Let me just check my IPO calendar. I'm pretty sure it is, but what a disaster. Wow. Who's in this one? Yeah, so you know what? I mean, there's the ORPH guys. So this was insanity again, okay? So the price range was supposed to be about 2.5 million shares. Is this a China? It's another Alzheimer. No, this is a US company. Man, oh man. I mean, you talk about, I mean, it's still up. Remember, this is what I'm talking about, guys, in case you're wondering, am I just babbling to myself? So here it is, okay? 2.5 million shares issued. The price range was supposed to be about 5. I don't know who Spartan Capital is. I mean, it's a very, very small IPO. So the only way that can do something like this to get up to, I don't know where, I guess it opened at 11 or so and it popped up to 30. Crazy. Or maybe it opened here. I guess it opened right there. No shorts available, of course, on the first day. All right, guys. Well, let's see what Sage has. Can it hold underneath 60? All right. Wow. Okay. Let's see what happens here, guys. I'm going to get back up to 60. I'm out, but I'm just got to watch it really carefully and see if this can be a bit of a magnet. That low in the pre-market can be a bit of a magnet. Well, I'm looking at Sage, Vanny. I'm looking at a company called Sage, S-A-G-E. So I'm wanting to see if it can hold under, well, it is so far holding underneath $60. That's what I meant. Because I've taken a short on this and I just to see if it keeps going down. If it hits 60 again, I'm out. I mean, I'm just going to go out. Not going to mess around. I don't like these bottoming tails. It looked like it sounded like we waited forever for it to break 60. So guys, I have to pay attention to this, okay? I have to just pay attention to this. I won't be able to, I can't get distracted just in case it has some crazy pop up. All right, do the silly induce it down game. So guys, I'm sorry, I just have to pay attention to Sage, okay? I really can't, I want to deviate just in case it does some crazy pop up. Doesn't look like it's going to, but all right, I really have to play a game here. Okay, down. All right, let's keep putting these price alerts down here. Gotta get that spread. Tighten up that spread. Okay, just a minute, please. Oh, thank you, thank you. You're very, you are correct. My lens, and I just got rid of my little down. Thank you. I can't even, get that spread down. Well, I had a very modest little profit in here. I'm basically flat right now if I got out, but I'm just going to give it. Uh, okay. Now there's the cross right there too. 5 minute. I mean, I'm not in up here. I wish, but go down. How's that? Creepy? Okay. Meanwhile, HOLI did not hang there at 1517. It started to drift down, so I'm going to forget about that one for a while. HOLI. Well, a bit of a snooze fest. Come on. For a $50, $59 stock, let's have a little more action. I don't think it is. Oh, I see. It's in a little, some alerts. Yeah, see, I have my music piped in all day long, so I don't hear a lot of the other stuff. Sorry, guys, I'm just having to watch this. I just don't want this to like skyrocket through 60 on me. Come on, break the will of the buyers. All right, getting closer. Again, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just very to just be aware of what's happening. Alf, I see, just got halted. Stupid spread. You're just trying to make me feel good? I know you're not. I know. You're just. No, I just think if it gets any sort of volume, just need some volume to destroy, as I say, the will of any of these people who are trying to play a little bit of a pop. I would take 57.20. I would really take 57.20. You're talking about Sage. I mean, listen, anything's possible. But the thing is, I mean, it was hanging in here for so long. I would have thought that. And TTCF, as Real was just pointing out, TTCF, I'm afraid of, well, I'll click on it. TTCF is just showing up in the options. Oh, the tattooed chef, right. Just showing up on the option scanner. 2326. But I can't leave Sage alone. You do that. I just don't like the way it's trading. I mean, I'm trying to have some patience with it, but meanwhile, Tattoo Chef TTCF is going crazy. I can see it in my option scanner. 20. Wow. See, I should be in that one. I should forget about this stupid Sage, and I should have had that TTCF 2326 from the option scan. 23.95 now. Except I've been messing around with this stupid Sage. Now, somebody is going to short this. What's the high over here? 25.73. Yeah, look, I'm just seeing, I have this thumbnail, so I'm seeing the pop and ride. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing, yeah, it's thumbnailed on one of my other monitor. Well, right here. Easy now. I see now that I have this in a container. There we go. There's the ride. What a game, though. Wow, tattooed chef. What did they do? What did they say they did? This is a big, big pop for a tattooed chef. Don't see any specific news. They're participating in an upcoming investor conference, but when is that? Is that on the 16th? That's tomorrow. Well, maybe there's enthusiasm being built up before this investor conference tomorrow. Okay, just a minute, please. All right, guys. Well, I'm still waiting on that Sage. Binding. Yeah, binding is the key word. These are not maybes. I mean, in theory, if they're telling the truth. Not pending. It was binding, right? Okay, Sage, come on, you miserable. Making me miss the tattooed chef. Boy, on the downside too. I'm sure, William, you must have shorted this one. 24.26. There's a dollar drop. You must have. I didn't say anything. I said nothing. Unless you're saying miserable is bad. Look at Ride Go. So let's get this straight. Last week, the company says we may not survive. So they basically get rid of the CEO and the CFO Sunday night, or they quote unquote resigned. And then today they come out with this news. And so we're trying to believe that this news that they're releasing today was not known last week. This just happened. Yeah, I'm not even sure. Did they appoint? I think they did appoint somebody, right, as a new CEO. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I think that might have been super premature. Because I mean, if they were really just turfed on Sunday night, maybe there's probably an interim guy, but I don't know if they've appointed anybody officially. Well, I did not chase the ride. Let's see, what's the next high looking left? Way up here. Looks like it's around 1173-ish or so. And I see AMC is having a bit of a comeback. DKNG not really doing too much. So again, guys, the AI, I think only had 3 alerts yesterday, only 5 today, but this is the big one, of course, the Sage Short. Even this one, I mean, it's taken a while, but nothing incredible. But the Jaunts, 762 to 780, and then a second strategy found it also. So certainly the Sage was the key one today, and I'm just looking for maybe a continuation. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. I just was checking this earlier. The ALF, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Again, I'm just continuing to watch the Sage to see if it really wants to give up 60 in a big way. Vizio, I've seen the symbol today. I haven't really followed it too much. VZIO. Oh wow, yeah, no kidding. I mean, these crazy moves. I mean, look at this, up to 27, down to 23. Almost, I mean, would it surprise anybody if it went negative? No, no, no. I'm short. I'm short Sage. I want to see a big catastrophic drop. Well, it's already had a big drop, but more of one. We were waiting for this break underneath 60. This, as I was anyway. And I have a marketing meeting at 2. Be interesting if I'm still in the Sage. And another halt. ALZN just got halted. Oh, good for you. Good for you. Who took that one? Goods, just before the halt. Well, this is, again, another one of those crazy, crazy IPOs. 2.5, I think 2.5 million issued. $5 price. Opens up here at 28. Why not? And I see Guggenheim downgraded from buy to neutral for Sage. That was actually midday. You know, guys, I'm out of the Sage, basically flat. If it gets down to 59.50 or something, I may take it again, but I just don't have, I just don't have the feeling that it's going to have a dynamic move. Whoa, not a moment too soon. That's what you call a good exit, guys. That's what you call a great exit. Only way I'll take it again if it would have to get way down here. Anyway, moving on. All right, let's see. Orf did not take out 10 on the downside. It took it out on the upside. All right, guys, let's see what else is happening. Well, it wasn't stressful. It was only stressful having to watch it. Not having any commentary. That was all. I mean, I was really in no danger. I mean, afterwards, it popped up. I mean, I was in it. Listen, I was in it 59.85. So on the short, that's where I got out. So and another halt. Wow, you're making it with the ALZN. This is now another halt for it on the way up. I'm sorry, it resumed. I'm sorry, excuse me, it resumed. Now, what's over here? 17.15. Yeah, 1302, 1339 right now. All right, guys. Time is at 1:42. So yeah, I'll be in this marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I'll be on mute. Well, I mean, yeah, the bulls are certainly looking at this. And they're saying, you know what do we even get a quarter of the way or 10% of the way? I sort of remember you're being like that, Pitbull. We used to talk about that in the day, about spreads. Yeah, it's fine as long as hey, listen, if it moves $2, who cares about a 30-cent spread? I get it. You can guarantee me it's going to do that, I'm in. I remember that. Boy, it seems like years ago. It was years ago. See, 2.84 million shares. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the volume's not bad. I mean, it's still kind of steady on the 15. And there was the big pop. Interesting. There's the big pop in volume, and hardly anything changed. No, DSS. Well, it's a financing, so it probably has something to do with it. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Well, the spread is, excuse me, the spread is tightened a bit. In fact, it's only 2 cents now as we speak for ALZ, and 1 cent. Imagine that, 1 cent. Now 19. It's like they jam the spread up to a penny, induce people to buy at 13, and then drop that spread again, or drop the bid again. Yeah, this doesn't look, to me, it doesn't look good now. The only way I would, for fun, kind of take this one, would have to take out that 14 probably. All right, guys. Well, nothing. I'm not getting too many new alerts. I see Lake just pop up, 145. This is, oh, I actually went positive. Okay, so this is way down here at 2080. Man, timing is everything, guys. I mean, I think this was within about 5 seconds getting out of Sage when it did this. All right, well, there it is, guys. I mean, okay. Have I looked at the scans? No. Those are really early, right? Well, guys, who knows? Maybe this will. I mean, this just absolutely exploded here. ALZN. Now we got a spread. All right, guys, I'll be right back. 149, so in about 10 minutes, I'll be in this marketing meeting. I'll be right back. Oh, look at Ride, guys. Ride has come right back up. It bounced right off 10, basically. 10.03, I think, was the low. 10.04 was the low, and it's bounced right off that 10. And now here's another one on the move here. PLAB, P-L-A-B, on the move. Out of this kind of consolidation pullback, whatever you want to call it. Volume coming in. Yeah, beautiful breakout here. Is that what you're talking about? I'm looking at the monthly. The next high looking left around 1553, about $1 away. Look at the break on the weekly. Look at all these bottoming tails. And look at the SPY. Yeah, SPY's actually acting up a little bit here. Oh yeah, I mean Sage, it went the other way. Yeah, it went literally it went the other way. All right. May I say that I have done something with ALZN? Am I allowed? Have a vote. I mean, it's just a whim, guys. It was just a complete whim. 1390, 14 was holding, so. And just looking at what it did before. All right, guys, what time is it? 1:53. Yeah, I'll hang around for another few minutes and then I'll be in this marketing meeting. Certainly a lot more fun than watching Sage do nothing for an hour. Now look, there's where you shorted. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna kick myself. I was thinking about this JNCE Jounce from the AI. Maybe coming into a lot of resistance now, though. Maybe. Wow, guys. I mean, what can I say? ALZN, guys. I mean, you had to look. There's no way I can say take the trade, right? You know, but what I said, if it can start to fill in this area and get even like 10%, this is what all traders are looking at. They're just looking at this. My goodness, the 34 or 33.25, whatever it got up to. Well, you beat me by a dime. Wow. That'll make the marketing meeting a little more fun. Already taken some out, guys, but I mean, this. Well, the spread was okay. It was only a dime when I actually got it. You know, the AI guys, I mean, if you just, as a watch list, it's had, you know, this is another good day. And I know they got stopped out early on this one, the Johns, but it came back. You could have got back in at 762. And there it goes. There goes Johns. So people ask how to use the AI as a watch list. Okay, watch it all day long. Things can set up later on. You know, don't agonize about. Wow, I didn't get it at 762. I didn't get it at 772. You know, as a watch list. Especially when you only have a few to watch. I mean, it's great. I like it. And look at the volume that came in. I mean, there's your huge clue. Look at the volume that came into a JNCE. All right, guys, I will put myself on mute now. I'll be in a meeting. All right, so on mute. Whew. Okay, guys. I am back. Interesting marketing meeting. I think we're getting closer. We're getting closer to the release. They're telling me the column issue is going to be somewhat resolved, so that is going to be. That's going to be. I think I'm going to have a new build either later on today or tomorrow, and I'll be able to check it out. You guys are talking about Tiger. I bet you FinV is doing the same thing, but let's take a look at Tiger TIGR. Not bad. Straight down. Yeah, they usually trade kind of the same. And the other one would be the FUTU. Those three usually trade kind of the same. We'll see if the FUTU did the same thing. Not really. No, Tiger was on its own. Well, at least it wasn't with FUTU. No, FUTU. Futu. That's another big China fin. God, what is these guys doing? They're getting the last leaf. No, I don't think of them in the same way. Well, I may be wrong. I think of FinV, Tiger, and FUTU. I may be wrong. I think of FTFT being more crypto, isn't it? I don't classify them in the same way. Again, I may be wrong. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're not the same. This one has surprised me, this Clearside, CLSD. It has really kind of surprised me. It's resiliency. But look at this. I mean, all the way up to 481, right back down to 426. This is one I shorted in the pre-market. All over the place today. I'm just checking my email to see if that new build is there for me. Yeah, DraftKings, did it go positive finally? Getting there, guys. Man, I mean, that's a great comeback from being down down to 44 and a half. So it's recovered about $4 so far. How early did I short CLDS? That's more for Dan Dreamer, in case he ever sees my screen. But yeah, I mean, maybe. How's that? Maybe. I have to bring up the Clearside Let's back this out a little bit here. Yeah, so there's where I got the short. It was around 450. And I took it down to 412. I didn't hold on. So I don't know what time that is. 8 o'clock or so? 8 o'clock Eastern time. Look at this. I mean, this has been, how choppy has this been? Look at this. Up, down for the clear side, CLSD. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm up at 4 my time, KR. So, yeah. You guys ever wonder why I seem to drag a little bit in the last, before I shut down the room? But that's the reason. Now let's. How will you go away? Guys, I think I'm going to shut this down now. This guy, I mean, listen, they're doing their job, and he's doing a great job, but he's blasting leaves all around the property here. So, with his leaf blower. So I think I'm just going to. It's just getting too distracting for me. Plus, I don't. Probably it's distracting for you guys. So I think I'll just wrap it up now, guys. Let me get my script. Breakfast? What's breakfast? I'm going to have breakfast now. All right, guys. Thanks a lot for all the help. I always say that, but I do appreciate it. All the help, all the effort that's put into the room. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Let me just get the script in here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so yeah, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.